Next presenter, Hong Ju-jung. Hong Ju-jung is a professor at Sungkyunkwan University, and he is a former chairperson of EAFICO. He is a founder. Please get started.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm now presenting a little piece of my kind of report about the global sustainability reporting standard, including the Korean standard. So I'm comparing the global standard with the Korean standard, which was born 1 year ago. Specifically, I'm comparing the GRI, which is about 25 years old, and SASB, which is around 10 years old, and the 1-year-old baby. So I'm introducing the phrase, Rome was not built in a day, which means the young child of which is KESG, is not so mature or complete as much as the GRI or SASB, although KESB takes after the GRI and SASB is not so mature or the perfect, which I'm going to explain one by one from now on. The motivation of this report, rather than research, is a summary of the global standard of the sustainability reporting and introduction of the Korean ESG, which was reported toward the released last year, December. And I'm doing kind of simple gap analysis between the two groups of standards, and to suggest future improvement or revision of the Korean ESG standard. My presentation has four parts. A little introduction of the history of the sustainable management and sustainability report. What is sustainability report? And then standard itself, and then followed by conclusion. Now I am beginning with the little history of ESG or sustainability management. It also has 1,000 years history before the ESG was born. There are several different expressions to describe the sustainable management or ESG management, beginning with the ethical management, CSR management, stakeholder management, sustainable management, the human rights management, which was coined by the United Nations, and the ESG management was also coined at the UN report. There are lots of business history going with business ethics. And this is a little history, about 90 years old, the American philosopher or the professors teaching at Harvard Law School. The debate about the role or responsibility of corporation, and followed by the Milton Friedman and academicians to discuss the theory of firm with the so-called agency theory, famous in the United States. And sustainable growth, also coined by Mr. Rune Hassett, 1979, and OECD guideline beginning in 1974 something. And stakeholder theory developed by the Edward Freeman, Archie Carroll, 1970s and 90s, and the John Elkington, for the triple bottom line, and the ESG about 10 years ago in UN conference. Now I'm moving on to the next topic. What is the sustainability report? So in sustainability report, there are stakeholders to discuss or to describe from the stakeholder side. Sustainability report or the ESG report aimed to explain what the company is doing for the stakeholders, including the shareholder or the customer or the employee, and local community, and suppliers, and this is the investors or the shareholders. So in my opinion, E aims to target the future generation environmental protection, and as social targets the 4 different stakeholders, primary stakeholders, including customers, employee, local community, and the partnering suppliers. And the G goes for the shareholders. We may call it financial. So these are the primary stakeholders covering S and G. So this is the main structure of the ESG activity or the report. So my presentation today is about these 2 group of the stakeholders. As you can see, the customers and employees are almost equally important in role of or responsibility of the corporation. So we should treat customers as important as the employee or vice versa. But in my viewpoint, Korean ESG care much about the employee group while taking very little care about the customer group in their category of the report or activities. That's my point of this presentation. So customers are as important as the employee in ESG activity or in ESG report, but the reality is not the case. This is the ESG sustainability report of the Microsoft Corporation. It's the cover page of the report. Is another report which called Environmental Sustainability Report. So at Microsoft produced 2 different reports, one for social responsibility, the other for the environmental sustainability every year. This is the recent environmental report produced by the Microsoft 2021, which was released this year, 2022. The basic structure of this report, covering carbon, water, and so forth. And according to press or the external report, there are 3 or 4 major standards used by the globally renowned corporation. For instance, in year 2020, S&P 500 corporation used as the standard reporting standard GRI, SASB, TCFD, and CDP, like that. So I'm comparing, introducing GRI, SASB, TCFD as the globally renowned standard to compare with the Korean KESG standard. So 51% for GRI, 14% for SASB, 5% TCFD, the most used by the global corporation. And probably ISSB standard, which the Professor Peck introduced 30 minutes ago, may be the leading standard in the future. But as the ISSB standard is at the moment to cover the environmental side only. Or maybe it can be extended to include the S and the governance, social aspect and the governance aspect in the future as well. So now I'm showing what are the criteria to be used by the three major standards, one by one: GRI, SASB, and TCFD. First of all, GRI standard was developed in 1997 in Boston, United States, and it has three parts of the report, or three standards: sub-standard or standard, economic, environmental, and social. So these are generally called as the triple bottom line: economic, environmental, social, three round circle to describe this kind of social responsibility of the corporation. As Professor Beck introduced, GRI report is mainly to introduce the corporation's contribution to the society. So this standard is not for investor in general, but for all the stakeholders of the corporation. So the aim of the standard of the GRI is different from ISSB or the TCFD, which basically targeted to be reported for the investor's perspective. The 25 years of history of the GRI. GRI standard can be decomposed the three parts: 200 side for economic responsibility, 300 side for environmental responsibility, and 400 for social responsibility. As you can see, the social responsibility has the largest number of the subcategories or the sub-element, around 18 subcategories. Social responsibility, while the environmental responsibility has 8, and economic 7. Well, my point is how much customer is important compared with the employee. If we divide the social responsibility part into the employee side and customer side, we may simply divide from 401 to 414 into the employee side, while the 3 from 3 or 4 starting from 415 to 418 is the customer side. So it means the GRI is mainly put more weight on the employee side more than the customer side, which is similar to Korean KESG. Let's move to the SASB, Sustainability Accounting Standard Board, which was developed also in United States for the reporting purpose to the security market investors as well. This is the original universe, including the 5 different categories: environment, social capital, human capital, business model, and leadership and governance. Originally, it has 28 subcategories, but now it has just 26, while reducing, after reducing 2 components. under the social capital, we can see seven different subcategories. The human right, customer privacy, data security, access and affordability, product quality and safety, and customer welfare, selling practice, and product labeling. So these seven items belong to the social capital, mainly for the customer. While the human capital, including labor practices, employee health and safety, and employee engagement, diversity, and inclusion. This is for the employee side. So in case of the SASB, we can see more element for the customer than the employee side. And it's the three, this is seven. When we simply measure the number of subcategories. So in SASB, the customers are counted as more important than the employee aspect. TCFD is a little different story. So only aim to the climate side. As the Professor Beck explained, it has governance, strategy, risk management, metrics, and targets to report for the investors, in particular for the financial market players. Okay. Now I'm moving on to the KESG guideline. KESG. On December 1st last year, so it's just really 1 year old standard. The Ministry of Trade and Industry and Energy in Korean 산업자원부 released this guideline. In fact, the ESG is related to the several different ministries in Korea. In case of E, so associated with the Department of or Ministry of the Environment. S related to the Department of Employment and Labor and the Fair Trade Commission, and so on. Governance is mainly related to the Financial Service Commission. Those 4 or 5 ministries are related to the ESG. And the KESG itself was developed by this ministry leadership initiative. And main initiatives regarding this was announced by the various government bodies summer last year. Based according to the report by the Kim and Jang and the ministry, more than 3,000 disclosure indicators provided by 13 major domestic and international agencies. It is social values for included, or the measures or the metrics are included in this ESG standard, KESG standard. These are the my own translation of the Korean expression in KESG. Including public disclosure rule, the ESG is decomposed in these different ways. The environment begins with the environment management goal setting, environment management implementing system, and so on. And the water, greenhouse gas, and violation issue, product and services ratio. And in case of social categories, the goal setting, disclosure, new employment, and the retention number or ratio, and the regular employment, voluntary turnover, education, and so on. So these blue social categories in blue mainly target the employee side. As you can see, education, training, employee support, freedom of association, female employee, female wage, disability employment, safety and health, workplace injury, human rights policy, human rights risk evaluation, partnering company, and so forth. So employee and the partnering corporations are covered in blue color. And the yellow one, I just draw in yellow, the information protection system and privacy improvement and regulation are the only two elements in this social group related to the customer. So while employee categories, so many, just two items are included for the customer. The governance in blue and in red. So as I said before, in KESG, there are very few elements for protection of the consumer, while there are many elements for the employee side. So different from this SASB, the KESG has unbalanced portfolio of the stakeholder. So as we have seen before, customers are important stakeholders while treated very little in the KESG standard. So my conclusion, little conclusion is to increase the number of the elements or the categories for the customers in KESG, the later update or the transformation. So, as I said before, Rome was not built in a day, so we can make a better standard for ESG for Korea to be comparable with the global standard. That's all my presentation. Thank you. So if you have any question or comment, I'm very pleased to respond.
Is there anyone? Is there anyone from floor? Please. Please go ahead.
Okay.
Okay.
Professor Chung, this is Mancho, and it's nice to see you
Good
today.
to see you again.
Yeah. Now, I was curious about this general concept of ESG and its anticipated impact on the company's returns. And there seems to be believers and non-believers. So I recently heard sort of a storyline from a non-believer, quite strong non-believer, who claims that the companies can make money and then do a good thing, or company can do a good thing as well as making money. Then the overall return may be higher. The non-believers tend to think that's a sort of myth rather than a fact. Then today I heard your presentation as well as other lines of thought from the believer side. So do you think the empirical evidence is established strongly enough to argue that those companies who invest more on ESG actually perform better financially? So that's my question. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much, Professor Cho, for your very good and important question about the impact or validity of the ESG activities. First of all, there are so many empirical research on the impact or effect of the ESG activities. As you said, there are supporting result and the non-supporting result. There are two groups of research outcomes, either to support or not support. But recently, there are third lines of the research outcome to support the effect of the ESG from different sides. Okay. As I included in my presentation, there is a SASB standard. SASB standard decomposed industry. So there are different in 77 industries which can be classified or which have a different important area, important criteria to go with the business management. So, for instance, manufacturing industry, the environmental factors are much more important than the others. But in case of financial sector, the environmental side is not so important. So some groups of researchers made different ways of research to differentiate the types of industry. So while controlling those factors in their research, the many recent researchers found that it matters to take care of the ESG activities depending upon the types of industry. And that's the first answer. And number two answer is the ESG is kind of optional activity by these corporations before. But nowadays, it's kind of must activity. It's not option, but compulsory. And the constraint are being tightened, getting tightened and tightened as time goes by. So there are no other way, or especially the large size corporation, to escape from this binding constraint.
Okay. Is there one more question? Okay. Professor Beck, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to just add, as I briefly explained, there are two perspectives. One is financial maturity side, that is corporate risk management side. And the other side is like impact maturity side. It's kind of a little bit related social responsibility side. So when we talk about ESG activity, many people still have social contribution as extra work than independent of business management. But ISSB and SASB are doing it risk management. So we don't need empirical evidence. If you believe physical risk or transaction risk from sustainability as critical for your business, if we are not doing any risk management for that side, you are doing your job. So what you are saying is, yes, management is not something special. It's just part of management in current management environment. So if someone says there is no use ES activity, that person has only a very narrow mind of just talking about social responsibility, not risk management. So I just want to make it clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Beck, for your supporting response.
Thank you.
There is a Korean movie, K-movie, titled The Classic. The Classic. The OST, original soundtrack of the movie Classic, is titled 너에겐 난, 나에겐 너. So I to you, you to me. Okay. So the corporate social responsibility is interpreted in two ways, as Professor Beck explained. So we call it double materiality. So one materiality is cooperation activity to society. That's described by the GRI. And the ISSB is the other side, covers the other side, you to me. The environmental activity impact on the corporate performance. So if the report or the standard covers two sides, we call it double materiality, double material side. So as the professor said, GRI covers only the I to you side. So the ISB doesn't rely on the GRI standard. Is that right? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you can say so.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Zhang, and this contents. We need to move on to next presentation. The presenter is Man Cho. He is a current chairperson of EAFICO. Please.
네, USB로 하시는 게 나을 것 같습니다.
Okay, I appreciate Hongju and other organizers of this conference, KARMI. I understand it's a Korean ASEAN Risk Management and Insurance Seminar. So I'm honored to be a speaker in this meaningful annual event. And I also thank Hongju and others to allow, by the way, can you hear me? I'm not. Okay. To allow EAFICO, that's International Academy of Financial Consumers, as a co-organizer of this event. And to me, this is a kind of opportunity to have hitting two birds with one stone, because I'm presenting my topic, plus I'm transitioning the chairmanship to Professor Hong-Moo Lee for EAFICO. So it's a very productive way to arrange my talk. The title of my talk is Data Economy Ecosystem. I'm sure that this doesn't make clear sense to most people online. And as a sort of background of my talk, we are using several quite related words, pretty much interchangeably, such as digital economy, digital transformation, fourth industrial revolution, all that. And data economy is a related concept. But as I will go through in my talk, it is a relatively narrow concept, but the benefit of being narrow is the fact that we can define it more clearly and more meaningfully. And in my school, in the KDI School of Public Policy and Management, I have been running the Data Economy Research Lab during the last couple of years. From that forum, the several colleagues of mine, along myself, have been trying to conceptualize this data economy ecosystem in three particular sectors in Korea. That's finance, real estate service, and medical service. So what I'm going to present in the next 20 minutes or so is 20 minutes, all right? Or what's the time limit, Professor? 30 minutes, okay. 20 minutes, okay, yeah. Then the data and sort of research findings we have compiled so far, that's what I'm going to share. And I just want to stress that this is a work in progress. So basically, I will go over some of the key arguments advanced in the literature, and as well as some case studies, mostly in the financial service sector. So let's go through. You can browse the abstract. And I will go over some concepts, what do you mean by data economy, and then anticipated effects and innovation cases. That's the key part that I will focus in my talk today. Policy implications and directions, that's what we are working on right now, but I will briefly go over that, followed by the concluding remarks. Concept. During the last 30 years or so, we have been experiencing the emergence of what we call as GPT, general purpose technology. That's an umbrella innovation that can incorporate other smaller innovations. So some of the examples of GPT is the invention of microprocessor by Intel in 1969, World Wide Web by one engineer in UK. And then more recently, we have a smartphone by Apple. So these innovations affect our daily lives. So it is not just for some big firms or sort of national level entities, but it affects consumers in almost every sector. Then during the last 10 years or so, some of the data and AI related innovations, what we call as big data and machine learning, those are some of the technological advancements that some people regard that as a part of GPT. So that was a background that we have. And then we have been defining the data economy as an ecosystem that generates some value, social value, by distributing and trading digital data. meaning not only collecting data, but also sharing data is a key part if we want to have a well-functioning data economy. And then this was a messy picture that we start with. It has an input, throughput, output. But later on, I will show you a more structured picture after I go through some of the findings from the literature. Then in KDI school, I have been teaching FinTech course, financial technology course. And I believe some of the fundamental concepts from data economy are the underlying drivers of not only FinTech, but also so-called smart X industries that many people are talking about: smart factory, smart farm, even smart city, smart health, and so on. Along with FinTech, InsurTech, property technology, all those sort of more technologically advanced the sectors are based on the concept of the data economy. And then I want to say a few words about what we usually mean by data. You know, we use the term data very frequently, but there are actually several specific attributes of data that are discussed in the literature. The first attribute is the data is the state before being converted to information or evidence. Although it is quite difficult to have a clear-cut division between data and information. By data, what we mean is the state of statistics or whatever other types of data before they are converted to usable or value-add information. So data itself, if we accept this definition, it is value-neutral commodity. So then the second sort of follow-up attribute is that the data should be regarded as a public good. You know, if it is a value-neutral commodity, then the usual attributes of public good, such as non-rivalry and non-excludability, should also be applied to data as well. Then one last attribute I want to describe, which is quite the important one, as we want to maximize the positive effects of data, is the fact that the data is a experience good, meaning that the amount of value that can be extracted from data is dependent upon skills and experience of those who are processing the data. So, you know, the same data can mean very different things to different people. And then amount of value that can be extracted is depending on the experience of the user of data. Then I want to go through several trends. The first one is the data economy driven innovation cycles in two particular countries, US and Korea. I think it's better to show this graph. So what you see here is the several trends. These three colors are the trends of market capitalization, total market capitalization of three IT companies: Amazon, Apple, and Google. So as you can see here, there is a little bit of movement in 1990s. Then since 2007, when the smartphone was introduced, their market cap was going up, but because of the financial crisis, it dropped. Then after that, from around 2009 and 8, their share values grew in a quite explosive fashion. And in the US, from early to mid 1990s, these internet-based innovation systems were being emerged. And the companies like Google and Amazon were founded in 1990s. And then there were various B2B systems that were developed and utilized in the financial service sector in the US. Whereas in Korea, the dotted line that you see is the subscription rate of internet by the adult population in Korea. So until late 1990s, most Korean adults did not use internet at all. It was only 5.7%. But then after about 5 years, it became almost 80%. So the Kim Dae-jung administration, they had a very big push for the computerization in many sectors. So the internet subscription became very much prevalent in Korea. And right now, Korea is one of the countries that is most, the internet subscribing the country among adult population. So the main implication here is that the innovation cycle in the US and to some degree UK started much earlier than Korea and other countries. But in terms of how to utilize the big data and machine learning based AI type innovations, we are late, but not that late. So that's what I'm going to comment on later on. But these, the data and the technology-driven innovations usually face some resistance. So if we go back to a long time, 19th century, there was a Luddite movement in which people destroyed machines because machines were taking over their jobs. So similar things happening in the financial service sector in many countries. And one of my colleagues brought this interesting picture. What you see in the left here is the demonstration done by one type of workers in Seoul in 1925. That's when the taxi was introduced in Korea. And those people who are sitting there were the human carriage drivers. So before taxi, the human being carried carriage. So because of taxi, their jobs were at risk. So they went up and organized and gave a demonstration. But nobody is using their carriage. Everyone is using taxi. Another similar incident that happened recently in Seoul is the demonstration by taxi drivers to block the Uber type innovative carpooling service. So so in the short run, there are some sectors from which some people lose jobs, but in the longer run, there may be new types of employment sector that can rise along with the technological advancement. But one sort of a real problem with the online and data-driven economy is the fact that these technologies are used by some illegal or illegitimate transactions. For example, what you see here, Silk Road. Silk Road is one of those so-called dark nets from which you can have illegal transactions of many things, drug, even hiring someone to kill. So these kind of darknets is shown to be a real problem. There are around 13,000 darknets in the world, and they do a lot of things based on cryptocurrencies and others. So there is a famous study done by Foley and others, 2019, sex, drugs, and Bitcoin. So this is one type of problem that we are already seeing from the advancement of data economy. The second trend that I want to go over is the outcome of some of the fairly large-scale literature search done for medical science. There is a particular platform of academic studies in this field called as PubMed. So from there, we selected 260,000 data economy related academic studies. And we did the same thing for finance and real estate service from Web of Science. And there we could identify 26,000 the academic studies. And the general trend of these studies, data economy related studies, in terms of frequency, this is what we saw. Okay. So as you can see here, there is a inflection point around 2014, from which the number of studies, what you are seeing here, is the Web of Science based 26,000 articles in the finance and real estate. So there has been explosive growth of studies in this field that are related to data economy. And it is pretty much the similar story in the medical science. Around 2014 and 2015, there was explosive growth of studies related to data economy. And for the finance and real estate, we selected 100 top studies in terms of number of citation. And these 100 studies are essentially more than 70% of these top 100 studies are about two topics, big data and machine learning type AI-based analysis. And next, what you see here is in the case of medical science, we segment a 5-year time period from early 1990s and reported top 20 keywords in the case of medical science. And then the item that is shown in yellow is the concept that was introduced in that particular 5-year period. So there has been a lot of transition, but what I wanna state is what's happening during the last 5-year period. So in the medical science, top 5 are almost all related to AI. The one is machine learning, neural net, algorithm, deep learning, and deep learning was first introduced in this last 5-year period, and artificial intelligence. Then it is pretty much same story in the finance and real estate. So big data and machine learning are what's occupying the researchers' mind in these 3 areas. Big data, there are many definitions of big data, but the usually 3 B's, volume, variety, and velocity. They are the key attributes of big data. But some people include analytics. There is analytical method with which one can have a meaningful analysis of structured and unstructured data, including text, audio, video, and SNS data. Okay, then value creation to consumers, firms, and governments through conversion to usable information. And then, as we know, there have been a lot of new softwares which can process various conventional and unconventional data on top of existing ones like SAS and Stata. I'm the SAS generation, but these days we have R, Python, and others which can process a lot of unstructured and non-conventional data. Now, this part I will go through quickly. Because of what we call as DPA, data platform and AI-driven financial intermediation, the efficiency and convenience of financial intermediation has gone up. So, for example, in the fintech mortgage lending sector in the US, there has been a one paper, NBL paper, published several years ago. It defines fintech mortgage lending as the 100% online processing from application to funding through internet or mobile platform. And in the case of US, they provide empirical evidence that shows processing time has been reduced, but also the ex post credit default rates of consumer lending has dropped. So the similar sort of outcomes of financial analysis are reported from the US and Europe. Then another trend, couple more trend, okay. Another trend, just one more trend, the next trend I will skip in the interest of time. As the use of data has gone up for various different types of data, there is a increased concern as to the use of personal information illegally or illegitimately. So some of you may remember this Edward Snowden's incidents in 2013, which had a whistleblowing that reveals that the US intelligence authorities use over 3 billion cases of phone calls, emails, SNS talks per day to mine some of the potentially illegal or terrorist type activities. Since then, in academia in the US, have expressed some interesting ideas and concern, one of which is shown here as a surveillance capitalism, which was put forth by one professor at Harvard Business School. She argues that the companies like Google, which actually started the data-driven business from year 2000. What happened in year 2000? That's a dot-com bubble bust. So many companies in the Silicon Valley were trying to find a new business, and Google had this sort of very ambitious thought that if they organize the platforms globally and collect consumer data, they can make more money. So that was the idea that Google advanced, and as we know, they are quite successful. But what Zuboff and others are expressing as concern is the likelihood that companies like Google will have a more asymmetric power or advantage in terms of consumer behavior. Then they can steer consumer to the direction that they want. Plus, they can differentiate the products and prices. In the microeconomics, we have a concept of perfectly discriminating monopoly, right? So what that means is that they can charge each consumer their willingness to pay. Then consumer surplus can disappear. Okay, so that's the kind of concern that people are expressing given the current trend of using more and more diverse data for consumer analysis of consumer behavioral patterns. So I will skip this. Then why do we have to care about what we call as data economy? For that, I did not quote here, but there is a another NBER paper published last year. Fabudi and Beltkamp, those are the MIT economists, and they have a theoretical model that shows what's the micro and macro effects, micro and macro innovation effects of data economy. So if you bear with me as I go through a couple of equations, this is their model. Their model of to show the micro innovation effect of data economy. So in equation 1, what you are seeing here in the left-hand side is the quality adjusted output. It's a sort of production function. And that is determined by two elements. The K is the aggregation of all inputs. And then Q, the capital Q, is the quality of production, which is determined by technology, delta. And then delta has a sort of the persistent component as well as residual. Okay, so that's how they set up. And then what they say basically is that if a firm or any individual entity, it can be a government agency or it can be an individual, if they have if they accumulate more data to be usable in predicting the optimal technology for this firm, then the error term, the prediction error will be reduced. So the prediction power on their part in coming up with the optimal technology will go up. So data accumulation can lead to the increased prediction power, and then that can lead to productivity and profit growth. Then what this essentially means is that if a company accumulates more data, then they can have a more customer preference driven products or business model. That's basically what their model describes. And then I think, you know, one more thing from their model. There is an economy of scale, and this economy of scale related to data accumulation, which is quite intuitive argument. That is, if a company already has a lot of data, then adding more data will not help much in improving their prediction power. There is a marginal impact of additional data in the case where a lot of data are already accumulated, then the marginal impact will be smaller. But in the case of micro, small, medium enterprises, which usually do not have accumulated, that do not have much accumulated data, then the marginal impact of additional data will be larger. So the implication is, if you want to have more active data economy in a country, then you will have to make data available, more available to these small guys. Then in addition, we discussed several sort of derivative implications from this model. There is, you need a market validation mechanism if to prove or disprove that better prediction power in coming up with the optimal technology can actually work in the market. So regulatory sandbox, living lab, or PPPP, there is a public-private people partnership type validation mechanism is needed. The other one is big data analytical capability, what is called as BDAC in the literature. But this is not just the human capability to process the big data and based on machine learning and others, but it is an organizational structure and sort of governance support within an organization for data-based decision-making and so on. Okay, so then one case that I want to go over, how much time do I have? 5 minutes? 5 minutes? Okay, I will wrap up in 5 minutes. In the finance literature, during the last several years, there have been studies in the US and Europe mostly that demonstrate that using non-conventional and alternative data in credit evaluation, such as so-called digital footprint. What is your, the financial transaction patterns or billing, bill payment patterns through internet or mobile phone? Well, what is your shopping pattern in the internet? Those kind of alternative data can enhance the performance of a credit risk model, essentially probability of default model. So what you see here is based on German data. So I don't want to go through the details of all this, but what you see here, the credit bureau score means in one credit risk model, they include only existing credit bureau score. In Korea, we have this CB ratings for consumers. Similar thing in Germany. But when they include what they call as a digital footprint data, alternative data, the performance of the credit risk model has enhanced from 68%. You can view this as similar to R-square type measure. It was increased to 73.6. Sort of plus 5 3-point percentage point improvement. So a colleague of mine and myself here, the Kim and others this year, we collected similar data in Korea. And then we applied this to, we applied this to two groups of consumers. What the first group is called as thin filers. Thin filers means those consumers whose credit transactions are not sufficient to evaluate, to have a meaningful credit evaluation. Okay, so in Korea, we have about 50 million people, and among them, 47 million people have the credit score. But among those 47 million, 12 million are so-called thin filers, like college students, housewives, or some self-employed borrowers. And for them, we developed some of the shopping pattern-based score, some of the ICT-based score, and then mobile phone payment-based score. So if we just use the existing credit score, the similar AUC that we have just saw before is about 68%, but it can go up to the 77%, which has quite significant implication. For the second group, thick filers, we do have some improvement, but the extent of improvement is much smaller in the case of second group. And then the implication is that these thin filers, quite large number of thin filers, can have a second chance in their loan application and credit evaluation if we can use these credit scores based on alternative data. Macro effect, I will skip. Then I will just go through one page. That is, you saw a quite messy sort of flow chart in the beginning of my talk. And this is the more organized. Somehow it is not shown properly. But we believe that this innovation ecosystem driven by data economy is the linkage of three broad sectors. There is data economy, which includes various actors and technologies, with knowledge economy, the R&D sector. One thing that I did not cover is this page. If you want to have a big innovation, industry or nationwide innovation, then how much inputs, labor and capital allocated to research sector, R&D sector, along with amount of data available to R&D sector are the determinants for so-called game changer. So given that argument, we believe that the data economy should have a meaningful linkage to R&D sector, which can be called as knowledge economy. And then that can be further linked to the commercial economy or public economy to have a social, positive social outcomes, and how to foster these this kind of ecosystem. We list several enabling factors, but that's essentially where we are. We are trying to link some of the sectoral cases to this sort of the structure of the ecosystem that we envision. Okay, so I think my time was already up. So sorry for the sort of using more time. So then, do we have a Q&A or we just end here? Okay. Thanks again for the opportunity to share my research.
Okay, so there any question if you have any question, please turn on your mic and then, yeah. Okay, so yeah, I think there's no more question. So okay, so next presenter is Professor Hongmu Lee from Waseda University in Japan, and Professor Lee will present about the private pension plans and protection of pension benefit rights, focusing on Korea and Japan comparison.
This is Hong Lee from Waseda University, Japan. I'm honored to have the opportunity to present my study today. With the advantage of rapidly aging society, income security in old age has become an urgent issue to be resolved. This income security in old age, it depends mainly on public pensions, but the role of corporate and personal pensions is also becoming increasingly important. However, securing entitlements to defined benefit pensions and personal pensions has become an important issue. Defined benefit pensions are protected by the employer's funding obligations, but there is possibly of benefit costs in the event of underfunding. In addition, personal pension amounts may be reduced in event of bankruptcy of an insurance company or bank. The purpose of this study is to clarify these issues through comparison of the actual situation of securing entitlements in Japan and Korea in this private pension system. We have published this book as a book project of IAFICO. Thank you for all authors of these books. This is currently available for pre-order and will available for purchase by the end of this year. Yes, what I am talking about today, the following core contents are aging society and pension system. The core contents are these two topics: corporate pension and payment guarantee, and personal pension and payment guarantee. The purpose of this study, as I said, is to delve more deeply into issues that were not adequately addressed in our book project. Let's take a look at the current state of aging society and pension systems. This graph shows the aging trend in Korea and Japan. As of 2022, the ratio of Japan's population and 60 and over to the population was 28.9%. In the same year, Korea's aging rate was 15.7%. By 2050, however, Korea's aging rate is projected to exceed that of Japan, reaching 40.1%. All Japanese students participate in Japan's public pension system with all salaried workers, including civil servants covered by basic pension plan, which is called national pension, and employees' pension plan as a supplement to the basic pension plan. As seen in this pie chart, more than half of the elderly receiving public pensions live solely on public pensions. However, about half of the elderly indicate that the public pension is insufficient to cover their living expenses. As seen in this bar chart, 65.9% of Japanese respondents said they are preparing for retirement. More than 40% each said they use private pensions, personal pension, and savings as a means of preparing for retirement. Korea's public pension system is divided into the public occupational pension system, in which public servants and teachers are enrolled, and the other national pension system. Some members of national pension system are entitled to receive retirement pension on the top of the national pension. Public occupational pension include retirement benefits and do not include participation in retirement pensions. In either case, they can voluntarily join the personal pension plan, personal pensions, savings, and pensions. In South Korea, less than half of the respondents are preparing for retirement. Public pensions account for 88.6%, savings 27.9%, and nearly state 14.6%. In contrast to the approximately 65% of Japanese who reported having personal pensions or savings other than public pensions. Next is about corporate pensions and guaranteed systems. In addition to DB and DC, Korea's ILP and Japan's iDeCo are other types of corporate pension plans. iDeCo is classified as DC in Japan. iDeCo. In Japan, DB has more subscribers than DC. DB has more than subscribers than DC. But the rate of increase in subscribers is higher than higher than DB's increase. This is because large companies prefer DC to DB, where the companies is obliged to fund the plan. In Korea, as of 2020, DB, DC, and IRP account for 60%, 26%, and 40% of the total, respectively, with the DB type predominating. There are plan termination insurance. Plan termination insurance in the US, pension guarantee fund in the UK, and guaranteed pension benefits in Quebec, Canada. The premiums for this DB payment guarantee system are borne by the company to meet its payment obligations. So there is no increase in the burden on the subscriber. This is because it is the responsibility of a company to ensure that the benefits are paid. The ERISA Act, Employee Retirement Income Security Act of 1974, in the US provides for termination insurance for pension funds, as well as disclosure of information to participants and funding obligations on the minimum funding standards. The purpose was to resolve the underfunding that occurs when pension plans are terminated due to corporate failures. The reason for underfunding, even when the industry is obligated to reserve funds, is due to employer morality. First, investing in risky assets is because investment income of DB is attributed to the employer, which invests in high-risk assets in order to achieve high returns. Second, due to the light penalties for violating the reserve obligation or the company's poor financial condition, insufficient premium are paid. So, when benefits are increased in view of wage increase immediately prior to the firm's bankruptcy. Fourth, when high assumed interest rates are used to estimate lower policy results. In other words, companies have many ways to cover up underfunding. And if a company goes bankrupt, liquidation will expose the underfunding, which will lead to a reduction in the pension benefits. In Japan, even before the termination of a pension plan due to corporate failure, the reduction of DB is allowed if the region requirement and the procedural requirements are satisfied. This includes the case of consent of the labor union in the event of business deterioration. There are many examples of reductions. For example, there is a Japan Airlines case. This was the largest reduction in the history of corporate pension plans in Japan. The reduction was 50% for active employees and 30% for retirees. And the other case is for the regional corporate pension fund of regional bank. In this case, the reduction in pension benefits for active employees averaged 30%, and the maximum was 50%. The reduction in payments to beneficiaries was on average of 13.2% and a maximum of 21.8%. These large reductions in pension amounts were made on the logic that the reduction in pension amounts was more than the loss of jobs due to corporate bankruptcy, or that it was better to keep the pension fund than to dissolve it and drastically reduce the pension amount. In Japan, in the event of financial difficulties, benefits can be reduced with the consent of labor union and beneficiaries or participants before the companies go bankrupt. In Korea, there could be a reduction in the pension amount due to changes in the pension systems or changes in employment regulations. In case of DEBI, there could be a reduction in the pension amount in the event of corporate bankruptcy or financial institutions bankruptcy in the state of underfunding. In case of DC, there may be reduction. There also may be reduction in event of bankruptcy of financial institutions. In Korea, the obligation of corporate owners to fund the DB has been strengthened. However, this strengthening of the obligation of the business owner to reserve funds does not mean that the underfunding will be completely eliminated and the possibility of reductions in the event of corporate insolvency will be completely eliminated. Let's look at guaranteed payments for personal pension system. In Korea, the Depositor Protection Act protects up to 50 million won, about 5 million yen per person within the same financial institution plus the sum of principal and interest. This 50 million won guarantee is set uniformly for each financial category. In case of insurance, cancellation refunds are protected up to 50 million yen. In the event of bank failure in Japan, deposit insurance guarantee each bank deposit insurance guarantees each bank up to 10 million yen per person, including principal and interest. In the event of securities company bankruptcy, the Japan Investor Protection Fund will reimburse investors' money and securities in total up to 10 million yen for investors. In Japan, in the event of bankruptcy of the insurance company, policies covered by the Policyholder Protection Corporation of Japan are guaranteed up to certain percentage of policy reserve, depending on the nature of policy. For example, death and survival insurance is guaranteed at a minimum 90% of the policy reserve. Meanwhile, automobile liability insurance and earthquake insurance for household are fully guaranteed. In the event of an insurance company's insolvency process, the policy reserves is reduced by up to 10%, depending on the type of insurance, and then the assumed interest rate is reduced, and the amount of insurance benefits or pension benefits are recalculated. This may result in a large amount of reduction. This amount. For mutual life insurance companies, reduction rate of insurance claims or pension amounts is shown in this table. Some policies have been reduced by 80%, depending on the type of and duration of the policy. There are many similarities between consumer protections for pensions in Japan and Korea. However, guarantees related to the insurance and personal pension plans differ in the following ways. Korea guarantees up to 50 million won, which is about 5 million yen in pension and insurance payments through deposit insurance. This amount is insufficient to prepare for retirement, but the reduction is relatively large if the amount of insurance and pension purchased is large. This is causing concern about preparing for retirement through personal pensions. In Japan, the Policyholder Protection Corporation guarantees 90% of the policy reserve for insurance and pension plans. This is different from the way Japan says the amount guaranteed in the event of insurance company's failure than in the event of bank or securities company is failed. It is necessary to consider that insurance and personal pensions are effective ways to prepare for retirement, and that in the era of longevity of 10 years of life, a lot of funds are needed for retirement. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, Professor Lee, for your presentation. There any question from the floor? Okay. Okay. So thank you, Professor Lee. Okay. So our next presenter is Professor Yang, Hee-Jin Yang from Jeonbuk National University. And Professor Yang will present about the stable coin and financial consumer protection, beginning from lunar terror crisis.
Thank you. This is Presenter Hee-Jin Yang from Jeonbuk National University. I'll present stablecoin and financial consumer protections because we Korea suffered from the lunar terror crisis this year. Also many Koreans now know that we have to aware the risks of the stable coins. And so nowadays in Korea, a lot of regulations are surrounding stable coins, not only about the stable coin, but also it covers all the virtual assets or crypto assets. So let's move on. So I will cover the issues of legal issues to be addressed, such as pseudo banking issues, AML issues, security issues, and electronic payment means issues. And then I will suggest some regulatory directions to be recommended later. So this is introduction. So stable coins, as you all of you know, that it's a cryptocurrency whose value is pegged to the price of another assets, hence the term stable. So you can see a lot of stable coins in the current coin market. Can you see the Bitcoin and Ethereum and Tether and USD coin and BNB and Binance USD? This is the top 7 coins by market capitalization as of November this year. And you can see the number 3 USDT by Tether and USDC by Circle, and you can see also the 6th ranking Binance USD. These are all stable coins. So stable coins now is very popular in the world coin market. As you see, Korea stable coin market grew very significantly these days. And there are 2 types of stable coins, which is one is collateralized stable coin. It has a pool of deposited reserve assets from investors. But another one is algorithmic stable coins. This is this algorithmic stable coin. It doesn't have a pool of deposited reserve assets, but it intends to achieve the same effect as the collateralized stablecoin without the need for external deposited assets. And Terra Luna was fall under the algorithmic stablecoin. There exists the ambivalence of stablecoins. There are advantages, but on the other hand, there are risks of stablecoins. The advantages definitely the advantage of is relatively low volatility, but the risks of a stablecoin is they are acquiring a lot of more and more position in the market, and much more investors or users are now acquiring stable coins, and it can be a significant source of risk against the financial stabilities. So now many people are agree to the need for regulations. And now Korea is preparing regulations, appropriate regulations, not only about the stablecoin, but also all coins or tokens. Let's look at the Terra Luna cases. There are two coins, and one is Luna. This is governance token, and the other one's Terra. Terra was a stable coin. This is a token designed to trade for exactly $1 USD. So Terra was pegged. Terra's price was pegged against the $1 USD. This mechanism is called Terra's price pegging was used mechanism called the synergy. So a token holder could always burn $1 of Luna to get $1 USD token, and vice versa. This is a synergy, and it worked until USDT pegged. But they had a serious default. If the USDT is trading at 0.95, the trader would buy 100 USD for $95 and convert 100 USDT into 100 worth of Luna, and then sell 100 USD worth of Luna for a $5 profit. This kind of incentive system lead Terra Luna working as a stable coin, but this part, the yellow part, I think it cannot be guaranteed in every case, and actually the problem occurred. So in early May this year, once the USDT pegged, it triggered a bank run or a coin run, eventually resulting in the failure of the project and the decline of Luna's price to nearly zero. So everyone, every investors who had a Terra, they rushed to on Anchor to pull out their funds, and so as of the June 20 this year, like withdrawers want to withdraw this money, but the depositors only this money. So there were huge gap, and definitely there were a coin run. So we can see the price crash of the Terra Luna is like this. This is as of 16 July this year. So we saw the crisis of a Terra Luna case, and there are some legal issues to be addressed. As I mentioned above, as I mentioned before, there are issues of pseudo banking issues, AML issues, security issues, electronic payment means issues. I will cover one by one. And the first one is pseudo banking issue and the anti-money laundering issue. So pseudo banking activities, I mean the taking deposits from the unspecified many people, but and the current Korean law strictly prohibits pseudo banking activities. Its article says no one shall conduct any fundraising business without permission. And specifically, this act defines the fundraising to prohibit the fundraising business without permissions like this. So this kind of activities is strictly prohibited under the current Korean law. But it says that the business of receiving any investment under an agreement to pay the whole of the such investment, blah blah blah. But people say, scholars say, the crypto asset or a virtual asset can be investment like this, or the virtual asset or crypto asset can be money under current Korean law. So under the current Pseudo Banking Act, under the current Korean Pseudo Banking Act, the receiving the ICO cannot be prohibited. Usually, the ICO issuers take they don't take money or legal fee, but they take another virtual assets or crypto assets like either Ethereum. So they can that kind of ICO cannot be under this act. So Korean Pseudo Banking Act cannot regulate the current ICO appropriately. And the last year 특정금융거래보호법 Act on Reporting and Region Specified Finance Transaction Information was revised last year, and it introduced the definition of a virtual assets like this. It's very broad, and it said the finance company cannot shall report if there are any reasonable grounds exists to suspect an asset, including virtual asset, it can be illegal, but this act usually focus on against the anti-money laundering. It's not about the overall regulation of virtual asset or crypto assets. So Korean law must be revised to address these issues. The second issue is issues of securities. There are Terra Luna lawsuits in USA. This year in June in USA, Nick Patterson filed a class action lawsuit against the Do-Won. Kwon Do-Won was the founder of Terraform Labs, which issued the Terra Luna, and in the filed lawsuit, the Patterson alleged the Terra tokens, Luna and the UST were unregistered securities under the American law, like a 33 Securities Act. And they are now, and this Patterson also alleging that Terra Luna crisis occurred because of false and misleading efforts of the defendants. This is still ongoing, and we should. I'm looking at the result later. Under the current Korean Capital Market Act, conclusively, the Terra Luna cannot be regulated under the current Korean Market Act because the definition of a financial investment instruments says the financial investment instrument means a right acquired by an agreement to pay, and most of the crypto assets or first assets issued decentralized by the decentralized mechanism, and there's no agreement to pay later money or value of things to each coin or token acquirer. So it can this kind of crypto assets cannot be financial investment instruments under current Korean law. So it cannot be securities under the current Korean law. And then also it cannot be investment contract securities under the current Korean law. But however, the USA, how it has says, it has very broad meaning, broad definitions. It says the investment of money in common enterprise and with the profits to come solely from the efforts of others are securities called investment contract securities. And the USA, in USA, the SEC regulates crypto assets as securities, as investment contract securities now. So Korean market capital, Korean Capital Market Act must be revised to address these issues too. You can see some components of the investment contract securities of the U.S. SECs. You can check, and there are an example of a U.S. court ruled the ICO, the initial public offering, initial coin offering is an investment contract, meaning how it tests. So it is regulated as securities under the USA law. This is from the material published in December in 2018. So in the USA, the SEC has regulated the token or coin as securities for several years up to now. And there are third issues of electronic payment means. And I think this can be the main source of regulations later, because stablecoins is used as a means of payment usually. So it can be electronic money or prepaid electronic payment means under the current Electronic Financial Transaction Act in Korea. So I will now check. So as you can see, the Korean Act, we have two definitions of a 선불전자 지급수단 electronic prepayment means and 전조화폐 electronic currency. We can compare these two definitions, and we have more requirements or components in the side of electronic currency. But their function is almost similar. So these days, in Korea, electronic currency, the electronic currency is seldom issued, but the electronic prepayment means is issued instead of electronic currency. So the popular case of the merge point, it is argued it must be regulated by the it must be regulated as an electronic prepayment means under this law, but they didn't register they didn't register as an electronic prepayment means, and they are now arguing in the court, but I think that they will fail. Their argument cannot be accepted by the Korean courts. So there are a lot of trial or endeavors to regulate the cryptocurrencies, even in EU MiCA, even EU in the European Union, the proposal for regulation on markets in crypto assets are now suggested, and I think they will be soon enacted, maybe next year. And if it is enacted, this is as it is regulations, they will affect most of the European member countries without any separate legislations. So this MiCA proposal classifies crypto assets as three types, such as asset reference token, electronic money token, and other crypto assets. And if one crypto asset already defined as financial instruments or e-money according to MiFID II or electronic money directive. They are outside the regulatory scope of MiCA's proposals because this MiCA proposals try to regulate tokens or coins, which are not the finance instruments or e-money. So first, as a reference tokens like this, they are trying to maintain a stable value by referring to the value of several fiat currencies, their legal tender. And the e-money, they have also e-money token. Can you see the second one? The e-money token is a little bit different concept from the e-money, which is regulated by the EMD. But if they are classified the e-money token, they are regulated as, by the similar regulations like e-money. So what's the difference between e-money and deposit? As you can see, e-money institutions, electronic money institutions issues e-money, but they got money from the users, and they have to safeguard this e-money, and in this system, the regulatory focus of e-money is ensure highly secure storage and the rapid possibility of a quick withdrawal, if we take money, they have to, if the users claims the e-money, the electronic money institution must give them back rights, but when you check the credit institutions, it's different. They take deposit from the depositor, and they lend this money to a long term. So the regulatory focus of the banking industry is the duration. So because of the duration, the deposit has a short duration, but the loan is a long time duration. So they are vulnerable to a bank run. So that's different, and there must be a depositor protection as mechanism. So the key points of the EU MiCA proposals is they have different regulatory approaches depending on crypto asset types. And then regarding stable coins, they try to classify the current stable coins as asset-based, as a reference token or electronic money token, and they have regarding utility token, etc. They try to minimize. They try to minimize the regulations to utility tokens. So their regulatory focus is stable coins because can be risky, and it can impact on the financial system if it is too big enough. So the key points of the EU MiCA proposal is they also try to regulate the crypto asset service providers, not only the issuers, but also they try to regulate the providers. So can you see in the highlighted points, EU MiCA proposal regulates unfair trade such as insider trading or market manipulations. In Korea, there's no act regulating insider trading or market manipulations for the coin token issuers or coin token trading platform. So So we need some legislations to address this issue. But for crypto assets like Bitcoin or Ethereum, regulations for investor protection are applied to crypto asset service providers such as exchanges. That is important because for Bitcoin, if there are some if the trading platform have some reasonable suspect that there exists market manipulations, they must intrude. Actually, there are too many contents, so I will skip this slide. I will skip this slide. So this is a two summaries of summaries for asset reference token, and it's regulations. Oh my God. 이게 왜 그러죠? Sorry for the interruptions. There must be some technological issues. So the MiCA proposal tried to impose strong regulations for the issuers of asset reference token, like disclosure of tokens in circulations, disclosure of the reserve situation, disclosure of every event likely to have a material effect. And they also impose a strict and strong regulations for assets reserve. They impose obligation to maintain a reserve assets, and it must be subject to independent audit. And there's also regulations for custody of the reserve of assets, and for the maintain the characteristics of e-money, they prohibit for issuers and crypto asset service providers to provide interest. In the case of US, the discussion is still going on the direction of a joint government stablecoin regulations, and it was published last year, November last year, and it says in USA they need legislation should require stablecoin issuers to be insured the deposit institutions. So this is a very strict issuer restrictions, and they also not only the coin issuers, but also try to impose regulations to the custodial wallet provider. That means that is crypto asset trading platform, and then they also try to achieve some restrictions that limit affiliation with the commercial entities, similar to banking and commerce separation. And there's also other standards for custody wallet providers, such as limits on affiliation with the commerce entities. So this is a very strict regulatory framework they provided. But and there are several bills of stable coins. I will check. I will enter a few. And the first one is Stablecoin Transparency Act. This bill requires a stablecoin issuer to hold all reserves associated with the fiat currency, that stablecoin. So there are strong regulations for reserves, and this is actually, I think this is for protecting. This is for avoiding coin run later. If investors have a strong trust on their trust that their reserves are protected, their money reserved is maintained safely. They won't run to withdraw their money. And there's also a Stablecoin Trust Act, the second bill, and this one is suggested this year in April 6th this year, and this one is try to regulate the eligibility for the payment stablecoin issuers. So they restrict the issuers as these three types: money transmitting business, national limited payment stablecoin issuer, and the insured depository institutions. So they strictly regulate the issuers. Not everybody can. After this, not everybody can issue stablecoin. And under the Stablecoin Trust Act, the OCC, the American currency regulator, banking regulator will intervene for granting the license. For granting license to the issuer of a national limited payment stablecoin. So they think the payment stablecoin is similar to the USD dollar, the fiat currency. And they also impose the reserve assets requirements. They also impose public disclosure requirements. And the third one is the Bill of Responsible Financial Innovation Act. This bill was suggested by 2 senators, and the key point of this bill is this bill says the depository institutions are allowed to issue payment stablecoins. That means also under this luminous deliberate bill, the payment stablecoin issuers will be restricted strictly, not for everybody. So the regulatory direction to be recommended in Korea will be like that. And as the contents too many, I can skip this slide and this slide, and I will introduce these implications for Korean legislations. So we need to introduce in Korea, the Korean legislations try to introduce the definition of virtual assets and virtual asset operators. I say virtual assets because in Korea, the existing law says the crypto assets as virtual assets. The current Korean acts focus on the anti-money laundering issues. So there are any comprehensive legislations in Korea which covers all the aspects of the crypto assets or virtual assets. And we also need to establish regulations and supervisory rights related to entry into the virtual asset industry. And also we need to restrictions on business conduct to prevent them from doing conflict of interest. And also we need deposit regulations required. Need deposit regulations. So to prevent the recurrence of a terror crisis, we need some legislations to guarantee to refund it at any time upon the user's request. So the funds received must be cash or cash equivalent. It must be maintained safely. And they also we need a regulation of issuance on our virtual assets. The current token issuers publish white papers, but most of the white papers, they don't have the timely disclosures or current disclosures. Usually, most of the white papers says only the good points or bright points of the coin or issue, coin or tokens. So public disclosure regulations on white papers or advertising regulations are necessary. And actually, it is not easy for the supervisory authority to effectively regulate virtual asset issuers around the world, because the current assets are trading across the country borders. So we need the international cooperations to regulate appropriately these kind of crypto assets or virtual assets. I have this is all I have. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for the informative presentation. Now I have two questions. What's the illegal element in the operation of Luna Terra issuer and operator? Secondly, you given your last statement about the need for the global regulation, which I think is also necessary. But the question is, who should do it?
Who should do it?
Yeah.
Okay. And actually, the regulations actually it needs international cooperations, but in fact, one country have to register legislations. One country which is related to the issuing of the coin, or the one country where the users of the buyers of the coin, one country must have the actually they have authority like
that's the country specific authority, right? So
it can
given that the trading is global,
mm-hmm.
it seems like the institution like BIS or even IMF, some international multilateral bodies, in my opinion, should do something. Given the risk of regulatory arbitrage.
Okay, I agree with you. I agree with you. But in case of the securities, there are only current country-specific regulations. Like only the country, the issuing related to issuing of the securities, or the related to the securities buyer, they have authority to regulate. Without this, no. But in cryptocurrencies, as you said, there are a lot. There is possibility. There is a possibility to it covers many countries who have which have the rights, interest to regulate the crypto assets. I think so far there are no international cooperation body to regulate this, but I think sooner or later there will be some international body will launch will be launched soon, sooner or later.
Well, first question.
Okay,
You got-
but illegal. Actually, the Terra Luna was they issued outside of the Korea Peninsula, because in Korea ICO is currently is prohibited. The Korean Financial Authority, they don't permit, they don't allow to issue coins or tokens in Korea.
But even under US law, is there any illegal?
It can be illegal if they does under the securities concept, investment contract securities concept, they can be illegal without registration to the SEC. So the Terra Luna is also, they are also being argued. They violated the regulation of the SEC because they are argued to be the unregistered securities. This is a very very heavy, what should I say? Very heavy violation of the securities law. But under the Korean law, the Korean finance authorities, they explain, they think the coins, the virtual assets or crypto assets are not financial investment instruments, which include the securities. So they are not subject to the Korean regulations of like Korean Capital Market Act. Is your
Okay, Professor Yang, thank you for your presentation. And from now on, we will have 30 minutes break, and then we will start again the conference around 4:55.
Okay, so I'm pleased to introduce the next speaker, Chi-Jo Xiong. So Chi-Jo and I studied together in Beijing almost 20 years ago. I deeply appreciate his participation for this conference, though he's currently quite tied up with his new position. So previously, he was a research fellow at University of Oxford and assistant professor at Otto von Guericke University, Magdeburg. Am I saying correctly? And he was also the head of the research group, Dynamic Discrete Choices for Individuals, Halle Institute for Economic Research. And his research interests include real estate economics, household finance, housing market, applied microeconomic metrics, labor economics, corporate governance, and etc. So today, Chi-Jo Xiong, Mr. Chi-Jo is going to talk about drivers and real effects of energy efficiency premium in residential real estate, evidence from the UK. Please give a warm welcome to Mr. Chi Zhou. So are you ready?
Yes, yes. Thank you for the kind introduction. Thank you for having me on this conference. One disclaimer that I used to work for University of Oxford. This research was done when I was there. Now I have joined a financial company specialized in investing in residential real estate as a research director. So please keep in mind that this does not reflect the company view on this topic.
Sure.
So as you can see, that the title is about energy efficiency as well. I hope that this ties in with the conference theme of the ESG, the E part. I'm always not a big fan of grouping everything together. Now, ESG, the S and G is very different from the E that we tackle the problem. So a bit of a background introduction as to why it is important in the real estate market.
Okay, sorry to interrupt. I don't think we can see your screen. Could you just recheck?
Oh, you cannot?
Yeah.
Let me reshare.
Yeah.
Can you see now?
Yeah, perfectly. Yeah.
Okay, good. So a bit of a background information. So climate change and real estate is very much tied together in a very significant way. If you think about how much emission comes from buildings alone. So according to the UN report, approximately 25% of total greenhouse gas emission is from the final energy use, and a lot of it coming from the real estate buildings, especially residential, that accounts for 24% of the total emission, which mostly comes from the heating actually in the summer and the cooling in the winter, the electricity use. And we know that if we were to reach the carbon neutral goal in around mid-century, as indicated by many economies, pledging to carbon neutral goals around the 2050, 2060. If we don't do anything with the residential sector in real estate, I do not think this can be easily achieved. That means that other sectors have to massively offset the carbon emission of real estate sector. So what are we doing currently in mitigating the carbon emission from the real estate sector? So in Europe, so from this time on, I will predominantly talking about the European context. So in Europe, there has been some effort to at least working towards a more energy efficient real estate sector. The energy efficiency labeling regulation was introduced around the time of 2006, 2007. That means that each and every building in Europe will be compulsory to have an energy performance certificate to signify all the consumers and residents that how energy efficient their buildings are. So the idea of this is that similar to what we did with the house appliances, that once we put a label sticker, green energy label, even they are a little bit more expensive, many consumers gravitate towards the more energy efficient, more cleaner house appliances, and that have pushed the sector to produce much more environmental friendly products. So we would like to see such a premium in the housing sector as well. Therefore, usually the household's willingness to pay for more energy efficient homes, often known as the energy efficiency premium in housing, that if you think about how it works in the market setup, will push the consumers to gravitate towards high energy efficient homes, even they're willing to pay more. then from supply side of things, if they observe that customers are willing to pay more for energy efficiency, therefore they are more likely to conduct the upgrade and the improvement to offer energy efficient homes. Therefore, this will become a virtuous loop that people willing to pay more and the suppliers supply more energy efficient homes. Slowly, the entire housing stock will be improved. Therefore, we'll reach a sort of ideal market outcome without too much of a government regulation or intervention, right? So this is the utopic future of ESG in real estate. So, but this has a big question mark to it. So the real question here, it follows a series of questions, right? We don't address all of them. Some of it is already being addressed. First of all, whether it exists, right? This energy efficiency premium, whether it exists. And also, if it does exist, how does it vary by time and the geographic regions, right? We don't fancy that it is a homogeneous across the whole country or whole globe, right? And okay, if they do vary across regions, what are the determinants of such energy efficiency premium? And then we can create an environment where this efficiency premium is more pronounced, right? Finally, that's the real thing we want to test, right? Whether this hypothetical high premium leads to more energy efficiency buildings has been already happening, or whether there is such an effect. This is usually in economics we call the real effect, right? Something intangible on the market that leads to visible, testable economic changes. So this research mostly set up to re-verify the existence of EEP and test the real effects of EEP, and on the way trying to understand what determines the energy efficiency premium. So the good news is that we have a lot of data come from the EPC regulation, which is publicly available. So this research is conducted using the UK data. We have approximately 25 million records of EPC, and we will use it together with the UK Land Registry price paid data, transaction data, mind you. So it's very accurately measured transaction prices of all the houses in the UK. It has approximately 22, 23 million transaction records as well. So mainly we tested these two hypotheses of the energy efficiency premium. And when you think about it, why does it exist, right? Why are people willing to pay more for more energy efficient homes? The first answer is not very flattering. That is, well, people don't really care about the environment, but they do care about the money, right? So one hypothesis is that the premium is not people's goodwill per se, but in fact, it is the capitalization of the future cash flow benefit that you can get from the reduced utility bills, right? If you think about the more energy efficient homes, you pay less electricity bills, you pay less gas bills, right? And that for 10, 20 years can amount to a significant quantity. Therefore, when people deciding two houses, one is more efficient and one is less, and the more efficient one comes with this type of capitalization of the future cash benefit, right? We could try to test this. And second is really more the ideal outcome. That's the voluntary restraint. As in we, as a collective, as the public, we are virtuous. We want to contribute to the environmental cause. As in, I feel good paying more, knowing that I will be contributing to the carbon reduction on a global scale, even though individually it really doesn't matter. So this is a very difficult thing to measure, and we would like to see whether it exists. And later you will see that I designed some proxies to capture such voluntary restraint. And finally, obviously, we want to test the real effects. So, quickly, some institutional background. So this EPC regulation was introduced across the EU in 2007 and the UK implementation quickly afterwards. And the current requirement is set out in England and Wales. The regulation was set relatively stable after 2012. And these EPCs are needed for property whenever it is built, it is sold, or rented. That is, that, as you can see, covers pretty much all the critical timelines of any houses, right? So therefore, you have abundance of EPC record being measured and being published. You must order a EPC for potential buyers and tenants before you market your property to sell or rent. So the coverage is very good. On top of my head, I remember overall, the EPC covers about 60 to 70% of the total UK housing stock, which is quite substantial. Therefore, the EPC records we collected for this research is highly representative of what are the UK housing stock looking like when it comes to energy efficiency. So it assesses a lot of the features that were related to energy efficiency. For instance, what are the boiler for your heating system, right? Do you have a good insulation system set in? What are the windows? Are they double glazed or are they single glazed? Is your floor properly insulated? And they also offer some recommendations of improvement, right? Okay. And if you're wondering what it looks exactly like what you can see from a refrigerator. It's like a stick, but it's also organized around a standard assessment procedure, which is a numerical score from 1 to 100. And it's valid for 10 years. And once it's expired, you are supposed to get a new one. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to rent out or sell your houses without it, right? So here are the few in more details about the data we use, which for non-UK audience, probably this is needs a bit of introduction as well. In the UK, they publish all the transactions of residential properties. So it's Her Majesty Land Registry price paid data that it collects all the transaction prices and basic building details, such as address and building types and transaction times and so on. This number is a bit off because it was ordered. Right now, I think it totally is about 22 to 23 million transaction records, spanning back to 1995. Okay, 16 million since 2007, as the same timeline as the EPC was introduced. And we will use this data mainly as the measure of house prices in our regression, right? And then you have the EPC data, and we will use this as the assessment of energy efficiency level. So the key is that we want to see whether different levels assigned to different prices, right? When everything else is given is equal. Moreover, we also collect a lot of the energy consumption, energy price, GDP, household income, socioeconomic data from the Office for National Statistics, which is the official UK government data provider. And additionally, we use some political election study data from a political science professor, Philippa Norris's personal website, and she has a very nice data setup, and we use that data to construct a proxy for the voluntary restraint hypothesis. But you know that these two data are separate. We need to do machine learning to match the data. Therefore, this is done via a fuzzy matching algorithm to match the exact address of the transaction data and the EPC data. Therefore, we know exactly what are the EPC performance of a building or a house when it's transacted. And after matching, we have still, if I remember, about 12 million records remain for England and Wales, which we consider to be fairly good. So we can skip this, but here is a quick first look of the EPC data. So it's in total from 1 to 100 points, and you can see that actually it varies quite a bit across region. And the lowest region, this region is the EU measurement NUTS 3 and county level. So different counties, some counties performing very well. On average, they have 70 out of 100, but some are quite low, like 60 and 55, 58. When it comes to rating, here is about F or D, and 70 is about C rated. Overall, this is not good, because in the UK, they passed a regulation that a C rating, that is 65 to 70, is considered to be the bare minimum to match the modern standard of building quality. So as you can see, the majority of the regions in the UK, their average housing stock is not up to standard. Especially there is a regulation passed in the UK that by the year 2027, all the buildings with EPC rating C or below C will be disallowed on the rental market. So there's a lot to do when it comes to energy efficiency improvement. And here is the interquartile range of those EPC scores. As you can see, that not only it varies across region, and also it has a lot of variation within the counties as well. All right. So, but that's not interesting, right? This is very simple summary statistics. And what do we do with it? So to begin with, we set up a very simple hedonic pricing model of the pooled cross-sectional data. And we consider that the one individual transaction price at time of address I in region J and time T is a function of all the property features that we can collect. And we single out the EPC performance, either the rating or the score. And we introduce a regional fixed effect and on the housing prices, because we all know that London is a lot more expensive, you know, compared to Oxford. And we also introduce a time fixed effect alpha. That is the house price also evolves through time. And this is fairly standard treatment of a pooled cross-sectional hedonic pricing model. And the building features currently we consider are the total floor size, number of rooms, building vintage, as in when is this house built. And you can know, you know that the UK has fairly old housing stocks, many of which was built in the early 20th century, as in 1920s, 1930s. Some of them were even built in the 18th century, or 19th century. So really old buildings exist, and people still live in those. And also we look at the house types, right? Whether they are flats, whether they are, you know, semi-detached houses or detached houses. And here is a particular interesting UK context, whether it's leasehold or freehold. That is, leasehold is that you rent the land from the crown, and freehold is that you own the land outright. And finally, whether this is a new building. We all know that the new buildings often have this new house premium, which people are often willing to pay more for that. So with this regression, and this is the result we have. As you can see that if we treat the base failing grade of F and G as the base level, and higher energy efficiency significantly increases the house price. Right? If you jump from rating from F or G to C, approximately you have a bit of almost 4% price increase. Right? The big jump is really from the failing grade to the passing grade, 4%. Right? And if you use the energy efficiency score, that is from 1 to 100 point system, each point will give you this much uplift. So the translation is that about 10 points of EPC score improvement, which normally entails if you change all the windows from single glazing to double glazing, right? And that you have about 1% of price premium. Is it much? No, but it is significant. So for context, for a 500,000 property, and if you increase this all energy efficiency point by 10 points, your price will increase approximately 5,000. That's probably not enough to cover the cost of upgrading all the windows. So this is a positive, significant, but in the same vein, it is not too positive, as in this virtuous loop that we talk about, that voluntarily people will be willing to upgrade, probably not going to be enough to cover the upfront cost of all things, right? Sorry for bumming people out. And however, this line is still quite preliminary. Let's see if we allow the EEP to vary across regions, right? We interact the EEP across local authorities, and then to see which local authorities have higher or lower energy efficiency premium. And once you take a look at that, actually, it becomes more interesting. So here is the result. So the higher the pillar here means the higher the energy efficiency premium. So to make this more visible, this percentage increase is based on 20 points of EPC score improvement. That approximately means change all the windows and put solar roofing. That for sure gives you 20 points. And the cost is probably around 20 to 25,000 pounds to do both things. And you can see that in the northern counties, the energy efficiency premium start to be quite significant. It reaches 4 to 6%, almost 8% in some extreme. I believe this is Bolton in the Greater Manchester area. Correct me if I'm wrong. And then this becomes more meaningful, at least if not on a national level. In the local level, there are certain areas. If this type of price premium information gets out there, the household will start to react to it because economically they start to make sense. Sorry, I'm a little slow. I realize I only have 5 minutes left. So then let me be quick about it. So now we think about how do we understand why those exist and why those vary, right? We can think about these two hypotheses tested through these two ways. What about we use the energy efficient current energy bills to proxy the future cash saving from energy bills? Also for voluntary premium, what we think is that there is a British election survey asking whether climate change is a human activity, right? And that's quite indicative about people's attitude, right? On top of that, actually, I'm not included in this because this is highly political. I also study whether the Conservative Party versus the Green Party, Labour Party, and the Liberal Dem Party, they actually advocate different climate change views along their party line. Therefore, presumably, the energy efficiency premium can be different in the counties that have voted for different parties in the UK, right? Without going to the details, quickly, the answer to the result to the first hypothesis is that no, it is not significant. We do not see that the capitalization story manifested in terms of energy consumption currently, at least. But mind you, this research was done when the energy price was still relatively low. If I had the time nowadays, after the energy price surge, this possibly would look different, right? And when it comes to pro-climate change vote, yes, we do see that in the regions that vote more pro-climate change does manifest in a higher energy efficiency premium. That is, the people who vote for Green Party, Labour Party, and Liberal Dem Party, in those counties, they have a higher energy efficiency premium. If they vote for Conservative or UK Independence Party, they tend to have at least 30% less energy efficiency premium. So this very much tells you that this premium stays in people's mind. And what we advocate in the political scene actually really causes a real economic and market effect. Right. Quickly on the real effects, then we see, okay, fine, some places have a higher energy efficiency premium, some have higher, lower. And we do see already more than 10 years of EPC record, and we can see their improvement measured in delta, right, in all sorts of delta. Unfortunately, we do not see any real effects yet. As in, the energy efficiency, higher energy efficiency premium has not yet translated into more energy efficient homes being built or being upgraded. I think I should just stop here, and we have 2 minutes perhaps, and I can answer a few questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Xiong, for your very interesting, insightful presentation of the EEP. Okay. Is there any question or comment on this presentation from the audience of law?
Well, if not, then I'll just quickly show what I plan to do. Obviously, we need to update at the time. And the quick takeaway is really that this is not enough if you want to reach carbon neutral 2050. There must be a government intervention to fill in the gap of what's missing that the market can do. The market can do a little, that is 1%, 2%, but it cannot cover all the things needed for a quick, massive upgrade of a housing stock. I presume this will be the same in other European countries and worse in places like in the US. That paints a very gloomy future, right? So the next step is really to assess what type of government regulation and how much it needs to fill in the gap so that people voluntarily and quickly upgraded their homes. All right, that is. Thank you very much.
So may I interpret your research outcome as the kind of underpricing of the energy efficiency premium? Is it correct?
I do not think it's underpricing. It's simply the energy price, at least at the time that I did these analysis, was not high enough to make people think that energy efficiency is that important.
I guess the asset price in general is a kind of present value of the future cash flow. So energy efficiency premium is also kind of asset price. Yes. Then yes. People estimate the future cash flow or the reduced cash flow from the energy efficiency building. Then it should be reflected in the price or your efficiency premium.
Yeah.
then it can be overestimated or underestimated
Yes.
to the cash flow premium.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
In that sense.
In that sense, yes, people are underestimating the future savings.
Right.
And therefore the premium is negligible. We also tested out whether, because the energy bill is so low compared to the house price, and we take the proportional as an annual energy bill as a percentage of your total house price. Once we make that proportional, actually in certain low house prices regions, this becomes to be significant. So the key is that energy price is still so low for many richer households or expensive houses. It really doesn't matter to them. It's just peanuts. But for the poorer households, it becomes important, and they do think about this and they price it more appropriately. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the question.
Very interesting presentation. I would never thought about that kind of the energy efficiency price or premium. Maybe the UK is an advanced country in that sense.
No, I do not think UK is the best country. Probably other countries will be better, like Germany and Sweden. But yeah, but this is important. We do need to improve this a lot, especially the northern countries. The heating seasons is long, energy efficiency causing a lot of wasteful use of energy.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I'll just give time to the next presenter. Sorry about the
And having said that, let's move on to the next presenter, also from UK, UCL, Professor David Alexander, who is an expert in the industrial accident or the disaster prevention, to my understanding. Please welcome Professor David Alexander.
Thank you. I hope you can see my first slide here, and I'm here to talk to you about emergency planning and management and the lessons that we can gather and put into action for future emergencies regarding the processes of planning for contingencies. At the start of the pandemic, I set up an observatory, which simply meant that a number of us collected information that was relevant to emergency planning and management. The idea was to endeavour to learn the lessons. Now, many papers and reports have lessons learned in their titles, but how many of them actually learn the lessons? Lessons can be registered, archived, forgotten, or ignored. But if there are learning processes at work, then we will see measurable positive change as a result of the lessons themselves. So let's consider firstly some theoretical background, which will give us a framework whereby we can analyze things. COVID has been the mother of all cascading disasters because it is multidimensional. It therefore does fall into the kinds of categories that we analyze in disaster risk reduction, the field, which is not true of many medical conditions. But here we're dealing with something that is medical, it is social, economic, psychological, and much more. Multidimensional. We therefore need to examine the different dimensions and above all, the way that they interact with each other. So there are various contingencies that we're dealing with here. And really managing these involves trade-offs between a variety of different effects and policies and fields and so on, all of which, of course, is going to be a very difficult art, especially in a situation that is dynamic and constantly evolving, not merely on a local and national scale, but obviously on a world scale. But there are lessons we can learn from what has happened so far in COVID. It is, of course, by no means over, but nevertheless, we have already accumulated many aspects that we can learn. Decision-making really needs to be informed by science and planning, But let's remember that that is not merely medical science. Down the bottom of the diagram, you can see the non-medical side of it, which really constitutes about half of the problem of the emergency of a viral pandemic. We need to be able to manage logistics, communication with the public, policing, where we have put in prohibitions on activities and where we have locked down and so on. And all of this needs to be done in a rational, realistic way, informed by disaster science, which means not merely the understanding of the phenomena, but the understanding of the processes of managing the phenomena. So what we find here is that if we want to understand disasters, we have to use this sort of model. We're dealing, of course, with direct causes, the things that precipitate disaster, the dissemination, the diffusion of the disease, but we're also dealing with long-term causes. We have, for example, socioeconomic factors that strongly influence one's risk of getting the disease and dying from it. We have root causes, which are also founded in disease control programs or the lack of them.
Excuse
and
me,
then,
Professor.
Yes?
Your slides are not moving.
This I don't know why. I can put them back again.
Now we are looking at the slide number 1.
All right, well, let's try again to get it moving. Now, if I move on, can you see slide 2?
Still slide number 1. Why don't you go for the slideshow? Yeah, right.
Here to get this functioning. Can you see slide 2?
And not yet.
It should say lessons in the middle of it. Can you see slide number 3?
Slide number 1 only. Why don't you click the slideshow and try?
I just did that. So
now we look at the full screen of your slide number 1, maybe. Theoretical background. Yeah, we can look at your slide without your voice. You may have to turn on your microphone.
yeah, okay.
Okay, yeah.
So hopefully now we can actually get some progress on this.
Right.
Yeah.
Now it works.
Okay, we're dealing with the mother of all cascading disasters here, where we need to look at the factors that precipitate the disaster, the long-term causes, and the root causes. The long-term causes involve predisposition to disaster, which of course will vary with socioeconomic status and things like that. Underlying factors that govern vulnerability will be most important. But it is also essential that we understand the context in which things occur, especially decision-making. The context is something that will directly affect the ability to manage the event because of the decision-making structure, the policies involved, which of course have varied enormously around the world. And we will have cascading effects of this through a variety of sectors, social, economic, psychological, as much as medical, which will occur at a variety of geographical scales. They also occur internationally, of course, because we have the international transmission of the disease. But let's remember that the vulnerability to something like COVID, we can describe as specific vulnerability, which will be encapsulated within people's general vulnerability. For example, in the United Kingdom, the first 10 doctors to die of COVID were all from ethnic minorities. And it is reckoned that Black, Asian, and other ethnic minorities are anything up to 2.5 times more likely to die in a UK setting or European setting than are other ethnicities. So that is really the intersection of general vulnerability, the fact that there are vulnerabilities related to poverty, to life conditions, in relation to the specific vulnerability to the disease itself. Now that is a form, if you like, of intersectionality, a term borrowed from studies of race and culture. I hope that they don't mind that I borrowed it. But what it implies is that there is an exceptionally high sensitivity to decision-making among those who are in the poorer sectors of society. The photograph here shows the town of Bolton in Lancashire, Northern England, which is reckoned to be the poorest place in the country. And when decisions were made about managing the pandemic, then Bolton was very, very much in the front line of reaction to those decisions because sensitivity to them would be very high there as a result of poverty and overcrowding in accommodation. Now, all of this highlights the role of welfare. And we have to ask ourselves, well, what is welfare? It's remarkable how little it is defined. It is, in fact, easy enough to define, but the reason it isn't more often defined is because it's not politically expedient to do so. But it's time we defined welfare in the light of the need to provide support to those who are at risk of pandemics and to solve problems of equity in access to resources. And if we do so, then we are likely to have a more stable society and one that is generally fairer and more resilient to the shocks that something like a pandemic will provide. So essentially what we have to do to manage the pandemic is to couple political decisions with scientific information. That's not merely medical scientific information, but information on how we can procure, warehouse, distribute, utilize resources that are necessary for the control and the management of the pandemic itself. And we find that in many parts of the world, emergency planning has been marginalized or ignored or underfunded to the point that it is the poor relation at the table of pandemic management. This has then induced scientists, that is to say epidemiologists, virologists, and medical specialists, and politicians to become the risk and emergency planners and managers, rather than leaving that to people who have rather more expertise and experience in it. And they really are not suited to such roles, as we have seen with some very serious mistakes made in the management of the event. One of the problems, of course, is that with an emerging disease, we don't know its characteristics, and until we've done a great deal of research, we are therefore unable to give the kind of answers that are necessary in management, which are often a simple do we or don't we, yes or no. Unfortunately, it remains necessary to enact things in that manner, yes or no, we do or we don't, regardless of the equivocacy of the answers that come out of medical science. However, let's remember that before the pandemic, we did have information. We had a basic scenario which was put together by researchers in different countries, notably the UK and the Netherlands, over the period 2003 to 2009. And that gave us a fairly complete scenario for a viral pandemic, complete in the sense of a good deal of medical information, but also a good deal of information on what the socioeconomic and psychological consequences would be. It unfortunately did not really extend to the recovery phase, but it certainly gave us an insight into what would be involved in the earlier phases. And what it told us was that the socioeconomic consequences would be at least as serious as the medical ones. Now, all of this came out of the stimulus of SARS-1, which peaked in 2003 and occurred from 2002 to 2004. That led to a sudden increase in planning, which began in 2005, but sadly petered out around 2013 as a result of the supervening of other problems, notably counterterrorism. But it was very clear from the outset that a pandemic would be highly disruptive if it really got hold, and there will be enormous shifts in activity, particularly economic activity, and therefore in demand and supply, and in behavioral changes. There would indeed be a need to understand, for example, the plight of people with disabilities. There is an enormous range of disabilities, and in society, about 1 in 6 or 1 in 7 people has a disability, so this is not a negligible problem. Indeed, it is a gigantic problem of equity. What we actually found in the early stages of the pandemic was that countries retreated behind their own borders instead of collaborating as much as they could have done internationally. Yes, there was, of course, international collaboration, but it was muted compared to what it could be, bearing in mind that we had a very fast-moving disease that crossed international boundaries very readily indeed. Initial reactions were normalcy bias, and then improvisation, despite the fact that, for example, in Europe, we had a variety, indeed a chain of exercises, that is to say, emergency simulations, by which we could have learned things. And several of these, for example, highlighted the problem of care homes for the elderly and how they could become centers of particular risk of mortality in any pandemic. And yet very little was actually done about that until the mortality had got hold in care homes, particularly in places like Italy, Britain, and Sweden. The second reaction tended to be to protect the economy at the expense of the medical reaction. However, of course, let's remember that it wasn't clear how far the pandemic would go. It never is in the early stages. How many waves of infection? What were the details of the virus and its lethality and its ability to infect people? We did, however, know enough to be able to react. And the fact that we were more focused on an influenza pandemic, I think, is scarcely relevant, because I would say there is about an 85% overlap between a SARS-type pandemic and an influenza pandemic when we start to consider the socioeconomic and psychological aspects as well as the medical ones. There are also, of course, strong overlaps in the medical field. So we had a variety of reactions from one country to another. Some of them were relatively good and relatively sensible, but we also had reactions that were arrogant and denialist. In the United States and Brazil, for example, we tended to have this. We often had a failure to consult experts. For example, the British Prime Minister was variously accused of hiding from the science and later hiding behind the science. And the result of that was indecision or erratic decision-making. For example, in 1 year in the United Kingdom, there were some 15 different U-turns. Now, it is necessary to vary policy as the disease varies, but not to go back upon one's policy and thus confuse the beneficiaries or users of that policy. There were also failures to act on imperatives that came out of the pandemic. And also, let's remember that humanitarian organizations have suggested that some 88 countries used the pandemic as an excuse to clamp down and restrict human rights. which indeed is not a good thing. So what should they have done, and what did the countries that reacted well actually do? Well, clearly there needed to be a recurrent and a concentrated process of the careful evaluation of information, but not merely medical, virological, epidemiological information, also the economic, logistical, and behavioral information of what people were doing, which would then begin to suggest how we could manage that in such a way as to reduce the risks to people, but at the same time, as far as possible, uphold the means of living, the economy, and the life support systems on which we all depend. Ideally, we needed local and regional approaches coordinated and harmonized nationally. An example of this might be the town of Chiusi in southern Tuscany, population 6,800, where COVID broke out quite seriously. It was then by civil protection authorities, local civil protection, isolated. Everyone who needed to be was tested for COVID. The problem was brought under control, and the town was reopened to commerce and travel and entry and exit and so on. But one essential ingredient of this was clearly consistent, honest, and frequent communication between leaders and the public, and of course interested parties. Coordination by communication was absolutely essential, which also meant that leaders acted as role models, whether good or bad. And of course, we needed good role models. It was very clear that in a pandemic, one needs to react to the signs very quickly. One needs to learn from other countries where the progress of the disease may be faster or it may have started earlier. And one needs, unfortunately, to impose strong measures which involve particularly distancing, tracking, tracing, containment, and measures at the community level. Now, all of that is standard epidemiology, which has been known and practiced for more than a century. But it is also important that we use scenario-based planning, and we did in fact have the basic scenario, which could be adapted to conditions, countries, regions pretty easily. And that was available for the 10 years before the pandemic actually arose. The United Kingdom has had a risk register, a national risk register, since 2008. It is intended to be upgraded every 2 years, revised every 2 years. And in every single edition of it, pandemics have been the most likely and the most serious risks that the country has faced. So to know that really should imply that management should take place. Now, one problem there is that you need a good civil protection system. You need a functioning basic law. Now, most countries have them. It will be the Stafford Act in the United States. It will be the law of 2005 in India, and so on and so forth. A basic law will tell us how the system is predisposed and, in broad terms, how it would react to an emergency or contingency situation. But one other thing about this is that the system needs to be well developed down to the local level. If it is not adequately present at the local level, which is always the theatre of operations in emergencies, then it will not function well. So that requires government that is connected up in the hierarchical sense, national, regional, and local. The regional level serves for coordinating local activities, and the national level will set policy and define the system. But it also requires coordinated government between the various sectors in public works, health, employment, and all the rest of it. Now, one of the things we found about the pandemic in the early stages is that, yes, there were plans, but there was an abyss in many countries between the plan and the ability to activate it. So plans need to be realistic, they need to be known, they need to be living documents, they need to be constantly updated. For example, it is difficult to improvise the process of finding, testing, tracing, isolating, and supporting those who have COVID or any similar disease. That is something, therefore, that requires pre-planning. Regarding logistics, if stockpiling is not sufficient, then one needs pre-formulated manufacturing agreements to be able to produce respirators, gowns, masks, or whatever else is needed, and the relevant antiviral drugs and so on, rapidly when the time comes. Communication, of course, needs to be consistent and correct, which means that it needs to be constantly evaluated. Messages need to be timely, clear, and consistent. Reliability is the only way that trust will be created between leaders and the public, and trust is an essential ingredient of being able to manage the situation. Without it, the situation is out of control. And once again, major figures are role models. But let's say a word about vaccination. Now, that, of course, is a complex issue, and this is an attempt to produce a diagram of how it functions in general terms, but note that the context of it is a question of whether it is possible to maintain adequate hygiene, whether there is adequate compliance, whether it is possible to restrict movement adequately, and once again, whether there is adequate trust in authority for something like this to function on a grand scale. Now, this requires intensive use of resources and intensive organization and so on. We found, by the way, in some instances that countries would very rapidly produce new hospitals because they were aware of the need to have to cope with surge capacity, but what they were then unable to do was staff them, which meant that they really didn't work. Now, that is the sort of thing that should have been thought of beforehand and worked out beforehand. The development and utilization of a vaccine is something that requires a variety of stages. Now, it was done well under the circumstances, which were, of course, extremely pressing. And by and large, it was functional with relatively minor setbacks to it, given the state of things. But it is clear from a diagram like this that much can easily go wrong in such situations. We therefore need to be sure about the robustness, going back to that, of all the different activities, including, for example, the infrastructure that enables us to distribute vaccines, to utilize a cold chain, and in some instances it had to be very cold and very consistently so. The logistics network and the infrastructure that supports it then suddenly became absolutely fundamental to the vaccination initiative. So in conclusion, in order to be ready for the next pandemic, we need to continue the process of improving our plans, but also in such a way that they are common property, that they are exercised by simulation at tabletop and in the field or wherever, command post, etc., that we have the ability to manage the emergency because we have the training, the personnel, and behind that, the system that would enable this to work in a capillary way throughout a country and, of course, with international connections. We need to be ready to find, test, trace, isolate, and support. We need to either stockpile materials, and they do reach a use-by date, which then involves wastage and high cost and so on. But nevertheless, we could substitute some of that by detailed high-speed manufacturing agreements, where factories turn over their production to produce whatever is necessary in the light of the existing pandemic as it evolves. We need to be ready to absorb massive changes in economy, society, and psychology, including a further epidemic of psychological problems, which means we need to beef up psychological services very substantially, which requires planning as to how that can and will be done. Welfare will become paramount, which involves fiscal changes of the very highest order. But my take-home message here really is that emergency planning and management hold the key to the control of pandemics. In the world, we have very good epidemiologists, we have excellent research on epidemiology and virology and so on, but to be able to utilize it, then we have to have the emergency planning and management capability in every country. Clear, well thought out, precise strategies are perfectly possible, And so is good communication to the public. There were excellent examples. The Prime Minister of Italy and the vaccine Tsar of Italy were both excellent communicators who communicated with the public in copious manner, for example. Finally, 10 major lessons. Firstly, viral pandemics are recurrent. Influenza has a roughly 35 to 40-year cycle of recurrency, although, of course, to varying degrees of severity. But nevertheless, viral pandemics are recurrent. We need to react very quickly if they begin to evolve, if an epidemic of a disease begins to show signs of becoming international. Rapid reaction on the basis of a close understanding of what is happening in the affected countries is very important. Decisive action, and that needs to be backed by an integral civil protection system that is there and clearly present at national, regional, and above all, local levels, which therefore is able to react to the contingencies that occur locally. Harmonized nationally, we need localized response because, of course, people live and work and have their being locally. And therefore, that is where the problems actually arise. We need to define and protect key workers who are not only medical workers, but especially, for example, those in logistics and critical infrastructure. We need to ensure that there is a place at table for the emergency planners and managers and the risk managers, because they hold the key to how we can integrate all of these different sectors in producing a means of going forward into the pandemic in management terms. Communication and role models need to be taken very seriously. Comprehensive welfare needs to be defined and applied, including what is not welfare, and therefore what is not a legitimate expenditure of money. It is very, very easy to waste money in vast amounts during a pandemic. And then we need to pre-plan the process of vaccinating people and recovering. It can be done. So my last point is that you can download for free from my institute's website the results of our work on this, where we put together in systematic manner some of the planning requirements for creating emergency plans that we have gleaned from examining what went on in different places during the COVID pandemic. My last word is that about 3 weeks ago, I went to a post-COVID conference and got COVID at it. So I'm very pleased I managed to get through this without actually coughing, but that was rather ironic. And it does show us that COVID is still around. But having been vaccinated 4 times, I was fairly safe against the worst effect of it. Thank you very much for listening, and I'm sorry about the initial problems. I really have no idea why they occurred.
Okay, thank you, Professor Alexander. Okay. Although we are a few minutes behind the schedule, let me invite any question from the floor, if any.
Yeah, I would like to ask a quick question to David. Thank you very much. Very, very interesting. But I guess many things you're talking about is based on the trust in authority. But we know that nowadays is all divided society. There is a trust in authorities going down badly. So do we have to plan thinking that there isn't actually trust in the authority? Is it possible, or is that everything should be based on the assumption that there is a bit of a trust in authority?
We've had some good examples. I spent most of the worst of the pandemic in Italy, as I'm a dual national British and Italian. And when Giuseppe Conte was Prime Minister of Italy, his communication strategy was actually excellent in the sense that he was completely honest. He stood up in front of the television cameras about 3 times a week and said, well, this is what we've done, and this is what we're doing, and this is why we're doing it. We've done this wrong, and we recognize that we made a mistake, and we'll stop doing it that way. Our performance here was not that good, but it was better there, and so on. Absolutely honest assessment of how things were. And that is the sort of thing that whether or not there is trust, and historically in Italy, there is a strong tendency not to trust the government. Okay. But nevertheless, you can build it. And there was a sense that he was building trust in this way. He then went and appointed someone responsible for the distribution of vaccines. It was an army general who happened to be not merely a brilliant organizer, but also an excellent communicator, who insisted on a short communication on television news every day to the general public. And once again, it was terse, but it was very much to the point. And the result of that was that people in a pandemic are looking for someone to trust. They're looking for someone to lead them, to give them information that they can believe in. Well, let's hope they don't get it from the fake news mongers and others, and the conspiracy theorists and so on. Really, the only antidote to that under present conditions is honest, clear, believable communication on the basis of good, essential information and wise, sensible decision-making.
Thank you. Yeah.
What do you think about the Chinese system against the pandemic?
I think it is rather difficult, and I think that instead of being somewhat dictatorial about it, that perhaps they needed a rather more varied strategy, where indeed, yes, lockdown in certain places, but rather less of it. That being said, of course, there is an enormous problem where we have a gigantic population spread over a huge area and the risk of substantial dissemination of the vaccine, but of the disease. But I think they're understanding now that they have to do more to encourage people to vaccinate if they are to get this under control. Vaccination rates need to be higher than they are now, and that perhaps holds at least part of the key, if not all of it.
I see. Thank you so much for your time and energetic presentation. Okay.
Thank you for having me.
Okay. Nice meeting with you, Professor Alexander. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Now is our today's last presentation of the Professor Kyujang John from also UK. Okay. Please welcome Professor John.
Thank you. Can you see the slide?
Yes, we can.
Okay, let's see whether it's moving. Is it moving okay?
Yeah, it's moving.
Good, thank you. Thank you for your invitation. As Professor Jung said, I'm Thomas. I'm Kyujang John. 20 years in UK, but originally from South Korea, here in Loughborough, which is Midland in the UK. I'm an engineer by training. I'm a human factor specialist. I'm working in the design school, so my interest is actually trying to bring those system, human, and design all together. And my research has been looking at actually many system failure. How do we make sense of those system failure, but also how do we improve those things in a healthcare setting, in a workplace setting, in a health and safety in workplace. So, and also transport at different types of systems. So I think this is my kind of unusual opportunity to unusual audience, because I tend to talk to people with more kind of design world, in a safety world. So I kind of thinking what are the best topics I can talk about. So I want to kind of show our discipline's view on uncertainty, risk, and accidents from kind of human factors in complex systems perspective. I'm hoping that they'll be helpful. So it's not about particular projects, but it is more kind of how our understanding about accidents and risk has been changed so far. So that will be my thinking. It could be a slightly artificial breakdown, but it's kind of every 10 years or 20 years, there are some change, new theories about how do we understand those. It could be industrial accidents. It could be bigger accidents. So I'll go through those things one by one, just kind of quick snapshot about how our understanding has been changed. Obviously, very early on, we thought, accidents were just divine intervention. It's just punishing people and things like that. So, but then as we having enlightenments and then more scientific approach, then we actually develop kind of divine belief that human can control their environment so that we can make things safe, like engineering safe system, industrial revolutions, manufacturing, which can kind of change our thinking, that we can actually understand those things. First, a kind of a more scientific study on industrial accidents was done 1933. Heinrich, I don't know whether you heard about him. He is actually working for insurance company. He had 75,000 external reports, and he's trying to make sense of what are the severity of those accidents. And what he found from that, I mean, we call Heinrich triangle. So out of one, he kind of identifies some ratio, which means that one major injury, which has a maybe fatality, and then out of that there are 29 minor injuries, and out of that there is a 300 instance. So he kind of get this number and then created this triangle, and so his thinking was that if you actually decrease the minor injury, then we can also decrease the major injury. If you can decrease the instance which didn't lead to the injury, then also there is a kind of connection between those three levels. Then 30 years on, same thinking was around. Another person, Frank Bird, he looked at more external reports, 1.7 million external reports, and then he come up with a kind of updated triangle. It is same concept, but I guess slightly different ratio for each one. 1 death, 10 serious accidents, 30 minor accidents, 600 near miss, and then which kind of there's an unsafe act. So his idea was exactly the same things about if you decrease minor accidents, you can also decrease even death. So those guys are trying to come up with some kind of model. They come up with, they said, domino model, which means that, okay, this is injury there, accidents there, unsafe act there, person there, environment there. So it is based on that kind of a triangle model, saying that this is kind of a, one fall down, the other have an impact on the other one, So and what they say is that 80% of this accidents is based on man failures, and only 10% is more kind of mechanical, kind of more system hazard. And so their interest was, how do we train men better? How do we provide incentive better? How do we give information to the men better? That was more interest to them. And then Bird, again, he updated that domino theory model, slightly more sophisticated, kind of immediate cause and basic cause, and then it covered that lack of control, which to do with the management. So, but still kind of similar idea of very linear kind of models, one fall down and the other impact. So still focusing on that, training people as well, make sure that they don't do anything wrong. So there was some criticism about this model. I mean, even though, as you can see here, from 1930s to 1970s, this Heinrich and Bird model was dominant. Still, modern days, their models and their theory still has huge influence. But some of the criticism was, it is whether the mechanism of those big accidents, which has a death or major instance, is that same as mechanism of the minor instance? There was a bit of a challenge on that, but also the way they trying to understand is very linear kind of models, one by one and the other. So is that really the way things happen? So people were not fully convinced with that model. So then people trying to come up with a new model to explain why things go wrong as well. So then 1990s, James Reason, he's a British psychologist who was looking at those industrial accidents again. And he visualized a slightly different way called Swiss cheese model. So then he said, there is a defense in the system. So there is a hazard, but there is a multiple defense. We call it defenses in depth. So there are multiple defense there. And then if the defense doesn't work, then that hazard become loss, which means that accidents. So then each defense layer is some of them is to do with more active failure, which is more frontline workers. Some of the defense is to do with a latent failure, which is more management. And each defense has a bit of weakness, like hole. like switches has a hole like that, then each defense is moving around. So when those holes are in line, then hazard becoming loss. So he trying to explain those kind of dynamic nature of the actions, but also multi-causality. It's not like one, falling down and the other falling down. It is multiple causality there. But still, it can be quite linear kind of understanding about what's happening. So then after that, there is another person, Jens Rasmussen. He's well known in the system safety world, and also he's a kind of founder of the system safety. And in his paper, 1997 paper called Risk Management in a Dynamic Society, a Modeling Problem. So he showed this, the right-hand side, the diagram showing that there are kind of multiple levels in the system: work, staff, management, staff, regulations, and government. And there are some kind of constraint from top level to the bottom level. And there is some kind of feedback going bottom level to the top level. And often things going wrong because those issue with the vertical integration of the system. And the reason why he said modeling problem was in order to understand this whole picture, you need different discipline. The bottom level is more engineering bits, and the staff is a psychology and human factors stuff. And then management is business studies and organization study, company economics, decision theory, sociology, regulators, political science, and law. So in order to have a full understanding, you need to have those multidisciplinary, but often having that understanding, working that way is quite challenging. So risk management in a dynamic society, a modeling problem is what he said. I mean, this is what we need to fully understand it, but it is challenging. At the same time, each level is a dynamic, is changing because of the market pressure, because of the technology change, because of political change. So everything is changed. So then how do we understand those dynamic interaction is a key thing to understand actually what's going on in a bottom layer level, which is work process. So based on that ideas, I mean, people trying to actually analyze what went wrong in terms of those level from work level, management level, organization level, external body government level. So this is an example of one of the large-scale healthcare system failure, trying to capture those factors, interactions between those factors as well. And not just single accidents, people bring different accidents together in the same framework. This is outdoor instance, and then they analyzed 363 outdoor instances all together to highlight what are the main patterns in those factors, not just factors, but also interactions. So those boxes in the gray is more frequently influencing factors. And there are the line, which is thicker than thin line, which means that interaction is dominant throughout this 363 case. So that is kind of trying to utilize this whole concept of kind of system safety in a more aggregated manner. And some people trying to use this Bayesian belief network model to see which factors happening at the same time more often. So this is an example of 56 real accident reports, and then they identified there are commonly occurring factors which give us some insight about some of the contributing factors, dominant contributing factors there. So from that kind of thinking, then this is another kind of a model called system theoretic accident model and process. The professor in MIT, Nancy Leveson, kind of developed further, showing that actually that interaction between different levels means that there is a control action from the top and there is a feedback from the bottom. And it's that control, kind of hierarchical control structure is there in a system operation, like left-hand side, there is a system operation, but actually the important question is also there is a control structure in a system development. So in the system development could be not technical system, but when you are recruiting people, that is also kind of a planning control structure. When you are designing new procedure, that is also the kind of system development side. So then it is important to understand the control structure in the system development as well as the system operation, so that we can actually get the bottom of what went wrong as well. So that's what is called STAMP, and it's kind of a variation of those Rasmussen's model. And then each level, obviously, there are people who are making decision. So then how do we understand the people's decision making is more kind of human cognition model. There is feedback coming from bottom level, and there is a mental model people have. Then they update their mental model. They update mental model means that they have some understanding about process state, process behavior, environment, but they are keep updating based on new information. And then based on that mental model update, then they make certain decision, and that is different control actions you can take. But then you have to choose certain control actions. Then that actions go out to control certain things. But then it's coming back again, new information coming in, and then they make decisions. So that is kind of a more zoom in to one level, trying to understand how actually people make decision in that situation. But that human cognitions and decision making, initially we thought is more rational kind of decision making, but then this Gary Klein, he's a psychologist, he said that actually the way we make decision is not rational decision. It is more recognition prime decision making, or in other words, naturalistic decision making, which means that you're not comparing different options and making good decisions. You are trying to find cues which in line with your patterns, and then you make quick decision based on that. Especially when you are under huge pressure, then you have to kind of pattern recognition. Cue-based pattern recognition is a typical decision-making people are doing. So that kind of gives us more understanding about how people make decisions in that pressurized situation. And another things which Jens Rasmussen trying to explain was this concept of drift into failure. So I already kind of said about that system safety model that each level has a dynamic pressure. And wherever you are, there is always economic viability boundary, which means that you might want to make it cheaper. I mean, that pressure is always there, economic pressure. But at the same time, the workers in the systems, they don't want to have a huge workload. So they try to find the way to do it more quicker. And then workaround happens all the time. So that is a pressure, economic pressure, and then workload pressure, and pushing your behavior. It could be individual behavior, it could be team behavior, it could be organization behavior, pushing to the in one directions, which means that kind of drift toward safety boundary. So there is a safety boundary, then you going over that boundary, that means that it becoming unsafe zone. So, and we call it something like normalization of deviance or practical drift. And those are similar kind of terms trying to explain this drift, a dynamic drift in the system. At the same time, Charles Perrow, which is a sociologist, he published a book called Normal Accidents, and he wasn't interested in the mechanism of accidents. He was more interested in that what are the structural characteristics of the systems which actually make system more vulnerable. So he kind of come up with the two dimensions. One is coupling, the other is interactions. So and he's trying to characterize different systems based on this interaction and coupling. Interaction means that there are interactions within the system. There's a connections in different elements, and some interactions are very linear. It's just if you push this, then if you have a same amount of push in the other elements. But when it comes to complex interactions, that means that it's a non-linear interactions. That means that if you give 1, then there's a 10 impact, which is beyond your initial expectation. And when it comes to coupling, there are certain systems which is more tightly coupled in terms of time dependent, but there are a system which has a loose coupling. So for example, universities has a very loose coupling, but it has complex interaction, which means that the staff member in the university has a bit of a freedom what they can pursue what they want, but then sometimes their outcome, their output is could be Nobel Prize winning research, could be really failure. So that interaction is quite complex. Whereas assembly line is kind of the coupling is kind of a medium coupling, but interaction is not as much as university. It is, you can, if you do standardize certain things, then you can expect what you want to get. But when it comes to nuclear plant, which is, you can see top right hand corner, it has really tight coupling and it has really complex interaction, because the consequence of the failure of the nuclear plant can be really significant. So he kind of characterized this different system, and actually many modern system is in on that right top corner, which is becoming more complex and tightly coupled, not just one system but between other system as well. So what Perot said about this structure is that somehow we have to push all the system into loose coupling, or at least linear interactions, so that we avoid some disaster there. But in reality, it's impossible, and getting whole the system is getting more, having more tight coupling and complex interactions, not within system, between systems as well. So there are many unknown, which is uncertainties, and radical uncertainty is everywhere. As you can see in your right-hand side diagram, and this is showing not just single system, racism, war, income inequalities, and those how they are climate events, how they are connected together, is showing that how much we are tightly coupled together, and interactions can be quite complex there. So strategy is how do we actually thinking everything from more complex adaptive systems perspective. It is changing all the time. It is complex. So then how do you use those approach to make sense of it? So 2010 onwards, then there is a kind of a concept called resilience engineering. Resilience is the kind of the words has been used widely in many discipline, and especially in this safety discipline, then resilience engineering kind of explaining what's going on in workplace as well. And what it says is that there is always misalignment between demand and capacity. When you see in your left-hand side, there is a demand and capacity is trying to align. I mean, maybe managers or policymakers, they're trying to align those things, but they are doing those based on their imagination, what would happen in a frontline workers space. So there is inevitable misalignment there. So then because of that, there is adaptation and adjustment is essential. People have to adapt and adjust. Sometimes adaptations lead to successful outcome because of adaptation system is successful, but sometimes those adaptations lead to disaster, unsuccessful outcomes, unacceptable outcome. So it is not as simple as like you break the rule so that a system has accidents. It is performance variations is all the time happening, and sometimes it's not, nobody actually broke the rule, but because of performance variation of each individual, I mean, this diagram is a bit complicated, but I guess what I'm trying to say is that this line is performance variations of each individual. But then when things happen all together, overlap, then resonance happens in the systems, which means that things become out of control. So it is another way trying to explain that things just happens without any particular violation. And that helps in an especially complex environment. So I cover different views, different theories, and different models trying to explain what's going on, what went wrong. And these all perspectives and models still exist now. And each model can explain only partial truth. So we have to actually think about how to utilize those things. Sometimes people use very simple model trying to understand complex systems. And then sometimes it's not partially helpful, it is harmful. So that is something we have to bear in mind. And depending on what you have in mind in terms of your accidents model, Swiss cheese model, you're trying to improve the defense in the system. If you have a system safety models, then you obviously focusing on vertical integration of the systems. But if you are having those resilience, functional resilience understanding, then you're trying to improve the system resilience, that becoming your focus. But actually we need all of them to make sense of it, but also improve it. When it comes to risk, obviously depending on type of risk, some risk is well-known risk. Some risks are kind of predictable, but there are unpredictable risk. Depending on which risk you are dealing with, you need different strategy. When it comes to well-known risk, you need standardization. You have a strong regulators to manage that risk. When it comes to have a unpredictable risk, it's not about strong regulation. You have to embrace risk. Adaptation and recovery is the key things. And then peer-to-peer learning is important. And you have to actually give power to experts rather than top-down things. So, and you have to actually discern what type of risk you are dealing with so that you can actually provide appropriate strategies and measure for those risks. So that's kind of whistle-stop tour about things. I mean, the UK workplace and health safety is based on goal-oriented regulations, which actually covering this the right-hand side, but still they know that there are well-known risks so that they provide procedure for certain risk, but general regulation is based on goal-oriented regulations, which give kind of more power to the each actor so that they can understand their risk, then they can respond those risks. Whereas some other countries, they have a more prescriptive risk. Prescriptive risk is more suited to the well-known risk, but it might not work well with the unpredictable risk. So that's pretty much it. So if you want to know more about it, there are the website called systemthinkinglab.com, which has a bit of more information about a different way to make sense of accidents. How do we analyze those accidents? But also there are short animations which trying to explain those concepts I presented today. So yeah, thank you for your time, and that's from me.
Okay, thank you, Professor John. Okay. You went through the history of the disaster management or the risk management system. And are there any question or comment from the audience? Then let me ask you one question about the training or education system for the UK government employees when it comes to the safety and health controlling system. I heard the UK government officers are very well trained. Are they trained in special institution or the government institution or the private sector?
So government officials in general, or you're talking about more inspectors, health and safety
Right,
inspectors?
inspectors. Yeah.
Yeah, the capacity or capability, competency of those inspectors are quite important, and there is a health and safety executive in the UK, which is actually doing health and safety regulations in the UK, and they have an inspector around, I don't know, 400, 500 kind of inspectors based on different regions, and their training program is because they tend to hire quite broad range of people with the background, low background, engineering background, and different background, and then they have a 2-year training programs. It's not just about knowledge, but when they do inspections, how do they make sure that they control human dynamics as well? How do they communicate those things? So, but also the background regulations. There's a kind of 2-year certificate programs they are running internally to train those inspectors in that case. Yeah.
I see. That is school, but inside the government, they are trained.
That's right. Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Yeah. Thank you.
Maybe it's in the morning in UK.
Yeah, it's a 9:30. Yeah.
Very good time.
Okay.
Okay.
Good.
And if there are no more questions to the Professor Chan, let me conclude today's session, which ran around 9 hours in Korea.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And we have another day for tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yeah.
Anyway,
thank you for this opportunity, and I hope you enjoy the conference and then learn a lot from that. Okay, thank you for hosting it. Yeah.
Keep in touch.
Yeah. Bye then. Yeah.
Bye. Okay, that's all for today. Let's see you tomorrow, guys. Again. Okay, bye now.